Hello, my friends. Hello, 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 and welcome. Habbage here, and yes, the early bird, which we're emulating today. They're going to get the worm, right? Because we're a few minutes here ahead of 10 a.m. Mountain Time, and I can't wait to get going anymore. So here we are. I have preloaded the world. Check the delay a little bit here. Not too bad. All right, and here is our wordless wonder. Let's just stand in awed silence. Sun's going up. We got our buddies hanging out over in the village. We've got our pathway to adventure, our little home here. And for folks who may not have seen it, yesterday was a big old day for me. We did a lot of stuff. We actually spent about 2 hours, half a stream, in our previous world, Candy Patina, and sadly, tragedy hit. I don't think I can eat this, but I'd really like to know. So let's just putz around here for a little bit. You know what we can do? It is time. Let's go get the hay bales out of the village. I think we could use that little boost. So I'd like to keep what we've been doing through yesterday in this world going. We just kind of by the nature of the world and where we found ourselves, ended up just kind of varying our playstyle as we went. We explored our spawn is back that way a biome and a half, right? We had a flower forest between us, and then we started in a large area of savanna. We wandered this way after getting a bed and some very, wood and other very basic starting things, and found this village, which was outstanding. These guys have been incredible to us, very bountiful. They have a very vibrant farming economy going on here. Let's see if we can help support that here. Oh, look at this. We got to get some more wheat just so we can keep our seeds stocked. Yeah, you got too many other goodies. I run out of seeds. Amazing. So yeah, they have been setting us up with all the various crops, but those of you who have been following along in or were following along in Candy Patina know that one was very farming focused to start. I went all out, set up all the fields, and as can happen in hardcore, got them all built and set up just the way I wanted them to start being really productive for us. And then we died, and all that hard work went for naught. And while that's a part of Minecraft, it's also part of the reason why I like to mix things up a little bit, just so if you try to do the exact same steps every time, for one thing, your circumstances, the biomes you're in, and what resources you find available to start things off, those are going to change, and so it doesn't always make sense to do that. The other piece is there are different strategies for success. You got to be resilient. Got to look to multiple different possibilities as you go about your business, right? We are going about our business hopefully as successfully as possible. Am I hungry yet? Not yet. Alright, then I do have to do this out of the crafting table. So we didn't get a ton of hay out of our village, but hay does greatly increase the amount of wheat we get. And while we're not going to do a lot of farming right out of the gate, I had mentioned towards the end that what we may do is set up a cow enclosure. We've been hand feeding cows out in the open here, which is good. But I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect that this becomes fairly counterproductive because the cows that we do breed are going to keep wandering off, right? They're going to spread out. And while we can go out and hunt them down, they won't, leave and they won't despawn. It doesn't make it easy for us to go get food, which is the point of the cows. So I got this guy, but no counter cow. There were other cows over at the trees. Maybe that's pretty logical because we had two. We bred them at least once, but maybe those two just had one young cow. Hey, we're at level 20. That should be fun because then we'll get more monsters challenge. I don't know. There's the baby. So maybe this one needs to be brought back across to the others. Come on. The biggest trick here is trying to keep from getting literally overrun by sheep as we're trying to manage the cows. So if we can kind of leave them. This is what happens. So you get a few together, and then the next one is like, no, I'm coming over here. Come on. Oh, look at that. That's expert husbandry right there. That is called cutting the cow out from the sheep. All right, beautiful. So we'll see where those all get to, but 2 more baby cows, that's another breeding pair when they grow up, and lots more future food. But just like a good Shakespearean play, you got to set that hook early. First act's got to have some kind of adventure, a sword fight or a shipwreck or something that keeps people wanting to keep watching, right? Otherwise, they're throwing the rotten cabbages at your head while you're on stage, and not many people want to put on your plays if they get healthy doses of head cabbage each time they go on stage. So none of that here, and I think. I just really want to get. I must have eaten the stew. Did I eat the stew at the end of that last episode? I think that's what I did. We got the mushrooms back from our little boat trip. There's a dark forest out around that way. And that has such good saturation. It's such a quality food that now we're not getting as hungry. But we can just. Keep doing stuff. So in our day yesterday, we did do an excursion up on top of those rocks. Gathered up a whole bunch of iron. We explored a bunch of the little caves under the town. And out in the direction where we ended up setting up camp. And the reason we're actually over there is we have a fairly direct staircase down to an abandoned mine shaft. Very nice. What we will likely do is go right back down there. Again, it's almost nighttime. I'm really just trying to kill time so I can. Nothing, nothing even gives us a nick's worth of damage. There we go. Now maybe we'll get hungrier. Well, what are you doing? Now I don't have any wheat, man. Why did you go all the way into town? You're a cow. You know what? I would like to at least get this little walkway and this little walkway squared away. Sick of having to hop over those. It's a no-brainer little task. All right. Bed turn me around. Dirt. Test. Can't eat it. Didn't think so. So dried kelp block goes away. It is the fuel source. Dried kelp. Yum, 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 yum. Half a food pop each. So you're going to kind of constantly be eating if you use those. All right, we are tooled up. We do have somewhere some string, which is good. We should be able to bring this down. And if we encounter more spider webs, can consolidate those. We'll use up our stone tools here. This should get switched. All right, let's go. So, number one thing, I'm going to say it again. This time I'm going to try not to stupidly get myself killed. We don't want to die. We're going to try our very best to stay safe as we take calculated and measured risks to pull value out of this old mine. And we made a very good start for as early as we were. There was an abandoned spider web right down here. This is maybe new. Oh, let's get more light there. I gotta think we've come at this from another angle, but maybe not. Or it's just a single kind of boring room. But we could be trapped if something was now to come off this deck. That could be a problem, so let's try to get past this exposed bit where the skellies are shooting. Sword up. Light to the heights first. Oh, stuck. We hear zombies. That's another good little slowdown if anything's coming up behind us. Get stuck in the spider webs. Hey, there we go. Now, if I haven't made it abundantly clear yet, the mine carts are traps. Here's that same spider web that I was saying was a good slowdown. It sounds like that zombie is maybe over our head. Hey, look at that gold. I don't know that we've pulled any gold ore yet. All right, let's carefully come backwards. We'll maybe mark this. I just thought I saw a hole there. All right, this seems fairly safe. Get ready, because something will come after us after we check the contents here. Look at all these extra torches. That's fantastic. We'll go ahead and take the rails as well because we're so close to our temporary home here. We can afford to just kind of do that. I haven't bothered with any of the carts yet. We can get there eventually. Okay, so this is This is what we were just back and forth around. Easy enough there. There was iron back by the cart that I conveniently forgot about, wasn't there? And that could be our trap. I think of these as, for every minecart, every gift you get, you're going to deal with some kind of a trap. And you hear that zombie. I believe that sound is coming from overhead. And as we pull this iron, we may open up access. Not yet. What do you know? Made it. Now, there's a little... That just extended. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I almost should have really brought that down on my own head. Let's go ahead and do... maybe a bit of tidying up. This still opened up. That's unexplored back beyond those pillars. I'm sort of inclined to want to do this. It wrecks the view a bit, but less likely to get knocked off the edge by anything or take arrow fire too much. Now we'll just come back around, cleaning up all the goodies. We'll go get that gold before we forget about it. Uses for it all. Maybe we can use some of this fence to enclose our cattle. You know what we could do? How about that? Now we can't fall, and we still get a little bit of visibility. So it's kind of nice having the abandoned mine shafts and getting all the timbers out of them, but in terms of tools, not real good. Right? You're way better off chopping the logs and getting multiple planks. I think the logs take slightly longer for us to chop with a stone axe, but you get 4 planks per. In this sense, I'm just clearing this out so that, for one thing, I have a better feel for where we've already been, and I can get back to my doors more quickly if things get bad. I want that possibility and freedom to bug out. And it doesn't hurt to have these resources. We're not hurting. We've got all that iron. I would like to make that anvil that we've been talking about as soon as it's practical. And by practical, I mean as soon as we have enough that we're not spending every little piece of iron we have to make it. Because at the moment, I don't have things yet that need combining, but it probably won't be too long before we do. So those are the thoughts. And I haven't forgotten about the gold ore. I'm reminding myself right now by talking about it that it's there. How's everybody doing today? You guys having a good Sunday? Is it off to a great start? I hope so. Man, it is a good weekend for me. Bright and sunny waking up. We had some rain yesterday. The thunder that was going while um, while we were playing, or while I was finishing up, came back in a couple of little soaker showers, cooled it off nice last evening. I went outside and just kind of walked around. It was dark and still a little drippy and stuff, so I basically just walked out around our complex, but it felt so nice having it cooled off like that in the evening. Um, and I think maybe a little bit today. I again haven't checked the weather yet, but at least the last time I looked, which was back well before the weekend, kind of heading into it, they were talking about how today and beyond temperatures were going to cool off and be down kind of in the 80s. That'd be nice. It's been getting a little bit warm. I tend to keep my place fairly warm in the summer, fairly cool in the winter, relatively. I think a lot of people would come in and be like, "Oh man, it's so hot in here. What are you doing?" Um, but I do that for a couple of reasons. It was interesting. I was talking with my folks about it when we were on vacation a couple weeks ago, and when they were first married, they lived in Dallas for a few years, and I grew up in the Midwest, in Minnesota, and there you get a lot of heat and a lot of humidity. A lot of people that haven't ever been there think, oh, that's like almost Canada. It's the frozen north. Well, Canada too can get pretty darn hot. You're out in the middle of the kind of the transition from the plains to the Great Lakes area, and rolling hills, lots of wetland, lots of lakes. That's what Minnesota is known for. And all that just cooks up a ton of humidity. I almost made a mistake there. And that can make it pretty stifling in the summers. It's easy to get up over 100 degrees Fahrenheit there. And combine that with like 85, 90% humidity, and ugh, nobody wants to go out. But one of the things that they had found in Dallas, which is even warmer and more consistently humid all through the year, is that when it's hot like that, don't make your AC more than 20 degrees cooler than what it is outside. For one thing, it's really expensive, right? That's kind of secondary, but it's really expensive. You're making your air conditioning work so much harder to maintain a bigger difference from what the outside is, what the ambient temperature is, if you will. So this looks, oh, there's iron tempting us down there. That looks fun and exciting. We may have to go get that, but I think it's kind of a next adventure. We've used up a lot of the stone tool stuff, and it doesn't appear to be obviously miney, right? Oh, there's our zombie friend that's been talking to us. See if he's got other buddies that are going to join him. Falling back like this to... Huh. That's a little odd. Knowing that there's that big cave below us, I don't really feel like walking over that gravel. Oh, a little trap there. I just finished, it was either last night or 2 nights ago. I finished up the Stephen King novel that I'd been reading. I started it on vacation and just finished it up. Salem's Lot. It's old. It was like his second novel. I think The Shining was his first. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. People who know, feel free to correct me. Oh, here we are at more suspended bridge stuff. Let's get this. Lots of coal. We're going to keep keep our eyes peeled on that bridge in case something drops down onto it. Try to keep looking up above us here. Make sure we're not opening up any holes. Now it gets scary though. Again, top priority, don't die. If we keep losing worlds like this, we're gonna be stuck dealing with the same kinds of content. You guys are gonna get bored of it. I'm gonna get bored of it. We'll need to mix things up. Let's get beefy and ready to go. Take on dragons, get wings, celebrate all the milestones that we enjoy in Minecraft. Coal. So yeah, I guess I really had the misfortune of dying in on a Saturday when I think overall, if my audience at least is busy doing other stuff on weekends. So things do go down a little bit during those weekend days, which is good. I'd be proud and happy, but a little humbled and admittedly a little bit bummed out if people were passing opportunities to do fun stuff with their lives on their weekends just because I had videos coming out. That's why there's VODs. Go catch up whenever it's convenient. Don't ever pass up doing something on your own that could be a lasting memory, could make a new friend, could just be a new hobby or pastime that you haven't even tried before. I mean, who knows? Could turn in. I don't know what this is, but something could turn into a skill, an art for you, a way of expressing yourself. So yeah, friends are like, hey, you want to go do this? And you're like, I don't know, Habit just got to stream, or anybody, right? There's far. So that's where we went down to the first mine carts. I think we're pretty clean. I should be careful about. Look at how big all that is. That's amazing. We're going to see it all too, my friends. Don't you worry. But carefully. Carefully until we get good gear, because I don't want that drop creeper, whatever world that was. That was pretty miserable. All right, we are filling up, but this can go. These can combine. Everything else looks pretty decent. All right, now do we remember how and where? No, not at all. I think we came across up there last time, right? This is sketchy. Let's get that torch. A little bit at a time on that stuff because I'm afraid of stuff dropping. I'm always afraid on those wood bridges that a creeper comes and does the falling pop, which has no sizzle. It just explodes. That if they do that, we lose our footing and get thrown into the depths, and then everything just magnifies, right? Then there's a mob down there, but you've already taken fall damage and you can't heal up. All those kinds of bad situations. But that room is looking more possible. That didn't go anywhere. We could do the same kind of cleanup stuff here. these out and relight there. All right, I guess let's do that. This was our landmark one. So let's do that. Let's leave the landmark one. And then let's see if we can go back around here. Get the extra cart. We saw like what, one zombie? Not that I'm complaining much, but we are pretty full, but I think we can always use the cobblestone, right? That's what we ran into in the last one. So let's just pull down this center aisle. Drink some coffee. That was a hot, fresh first sip right there. A half hour in. All right, nice big area, and we've got that other one as well. We could really take this too, but I don't need the diorite at the moment, I don't think. Although, who knows what we decide to build with. But let's go to sleep. Can't already left it through a full night. That's no favor to our villager buddies upstairs. Yikes. No benefit to us either, because now probably there will be a creeper or two waiting for us when we emerge from this cave. I don't know where we're getting that noise from. There was a skeleton clattering around last time. Let's be ready. No, let's not. Let's save that. Okay, I still see villager. Good. They maybe, just maybe, are out of range. Oh. Okay, that can go away easily enough. So far, I am terrified that something is coming up behind me. Fences away. Copper can go away. Zombie flesh. We've got some dirt. No gravel. We got some of these. Cobble. The granite I missed. Let's cook this. Top those off. Now I'm just seeing stuff. Something between those trees and all these layers of grass made me think there was something out there. Alright, we got lots of string. We already went fishing yesterday. Oh, I should have cooked this gold first. Oops. 42. Again, I don't have a real use for this, but I'm gonna make it because it doesn't exhaust our supplies at the moment. And now we know, okay, we got 11. I think we had, 10 more pieces? Yeah, so we got 21 pieces to work with in our iron supply. We leave these here. Sometimes do. Not that. Get in there. 3 name tags. That's very good. Something you won't normally get outside of the having an abandoned mine like this. All right, let's get 2 more axes, and I am using the stone. 21 is very good, but I think we want to nurse it along just a bit. And be ready to switch to iron when we get a bit more of the ore. Okay, we've got lots of oak fence. This should work. Let's make sticks. May as well do this. I'm partially waiting for this iron to finish, which it is done. Put that in. That can go away. Sticks. No, not you. Alright, last but not least, we do need an extra stack of cobble. Alright. Hope that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Close enough. Made a square, or at least a rectangle. Oh. Good cow. You're right where you need to be. Oh. Oh, that was one too many? I think. Oh, oh. I know, all the cows want to get in now. Now you're on the outside. How does that feel? And we don't have any wheat yet to lure them. That would have been a good thing. We'll go eat the soup that I meant to eat earlier. Make use of that good at-home food. Store our stackable portable food. I thought those still did 4. Right, oh, there we go. Wheats. Come too? Come on. All three of you. Right on in here. I know it's not as sturdy as it might otherwise be, but it'll get the job done. Keep all those nasty woolly sheepies from eating all your wheat. And what are you doing? Why is this one so stuck? One more, two more over here. Big hole there. Haven't noticed that one yet, I don't think. Death grass. Alright, cow. Oh, two cows. Don't fall in the hole. Oh, we only got one. Come on, everybody in. In. God, why? Come in. You come in too. Hurry up. Oh, this is really how we bond with the cows. Hey, Troy. No problem, my friend. Have a good rest of your weekend. We'll be here when you're free, or check those VODs, YouTube and Twitch. I've got a few new playlists up over on the YouTube channel. It wasn't exhaustive or anything, but I did just start putting some of the recent Death Worlds into their own playlists over on YouTube. So, Dented Cup, Fatty Booms, I don't know if I got Very Small Rocks, but a few of those fairly recent ones here have all been set up so that if you want to watch them in order, you can. And I need to go back and look, because now that I mention it, I don't think I set I missed it. I don't think I set the play order to go from oldest to newest, right? When you load videos, you're always watching newest to oldest. The most recent new video pops at the top of the list. But with playlists, one of the advantages is you get to start at the beginning and watch through the full season, so you can easily follow the world in order. Pretty handy, I think. Makes it an enjoyable experience, and something I'm more than happy to do. It's raining. Let's go check out this cave. Stay dry. It's got some lava here. Got some iron there. And does this connect up to that hole by our cow field? That's kind of sketchy. Just love all this little twisty turny back and forth stuff. This was where we just came up through, so that's all good. Now I'm a little. Let's go get the rest of this beyond the lava done, because even though it shouldn't be a deal on rainy days, even though it's not fully dark, it's not unheard of to have a creeper come wandering around in the plains, and he drops down onto one of those holes, or through one of those holes, onto my head. That's a pretty bad day. So we're gonna try to avoid putting ourselves in that position. Of course, now we'll kind of work our way back to it. grab up this coal since we used our last full reserve stack to make new torches. Always good to have at least 64. Eventually, that will very quickly turn into no big deal, but as we get moved towards building and we want to cook stone or sand or anything else, those stacks go fast. Well, just a piece of iron, that's alright. Let's get a little more light there. Okay, this was the sort of sketchy bit. Like to get back down into that mine as soon as possible. So I'm thinking we do that. There's our cows, so that was the hole. All that little area. How did I miss all of you? At least I didn't see any creepers while we were up there. But... Oh, just in time. Well, just a little late, actually. He could have given us leads to help us move those cows around. We've got bamboo, we've got watermelon seeds. I don't know that there's much he has that... I never like to do this, but I like even less backing up under that hole in the rain. So we'll work our way back out again. I know I'm coming, man. We'll come see what you got. We'll give you a little land ride on a boat. I don't think that was more. Alright. Oh, you already came down. Hey, I'm coming, dude. I told you I was coming. Lilypad Fern glowstone kind of nice early, but we have some glow berries for potentially lighting stuff up a little bit. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't even know if we have emeralds, honestly. Did we get any emeralds? I'll check, but I don't think so. All right, the other thing we haven't done yet, and really should, we didn't feed all our cows once they so kindly came in here. Then we'll go back, get a boat, track down our visitor, and get his leads. All right, cow herd is on its way. Very nice. Eventually, that likely will fuel our need to start some farming, but I'm in no real hurry. From here, boat. With nothing else there, I think I'll leave this guy. There we go, full stack. Guess I can carry those. That can go away. That can go away. Let's just get over here. Find him. Get the leads. He's not fully out of the cave yet. Now he may... Yeah, he may have already started this happening. Come on, get in the boat. Oh, did I get him? I got him anyway. So he broke them by getting the llamas stuck. We won't waste the boat at this point. We're not that not that rich. You know what? Since we're here, because we moved the one boat from the shipwreck parking over to the village, right? Or did we come back through? Maybe we came back through. Maybe this is... I don't remember where we ended up from that adventure. I think it was here, right? Because we ended up going... finding that broken portal that's kind of straight. Yeah, so 2 boats on the side, only 1 over at the village. That's fine. See if we can make it back over before bedtime. It's kind of tough to judge with the rain how close we are to actual nighttime. Oh, it's good having those cows in. Alright, bed ready. And sleep. What a day. Rain is fading. Very good. You go away. You go away. You come here. I don't have an immediate use for those, but only because everything else is just kind of free roaming, and I'm good with that. A few gold ingots. Let's at least throw this down by some chickens in case it pops. Then the baby chick can bond to the other and at least stay close. Nope. Alright. Over here we have 2 black sheep. We're 1 black sheep every stinking time. There's you. We'll feed you, and then the cow oh, we get the baby sheep. Yeah, baby sheep, go back to your parents. Okay. That's where leads come in. What I wanted to do is see if I could find a couple of chickens that were close to each other and get them going as well, because obviously we'll find pockets of gravel downstairs. We've got string now, so we can make a bow and arrows. Arrows is good. Okay, there's 2. So let's switch you and you. Come here. Come on. There we go. And you may be be thinking to yourself, Self, why does Habbage always go for the black sheep when he's feeding cows and ignore all the others? That's a very astute question, and you should be proud of yourself for even having come up with it. Thanks for noticing, Self, that I do that. The reason is white sheep are always most plentiful, right? There are just more of them spawned into the world, so you always have a lot. We had a pair of black sheep right here already, which is somewhat uncommon to have two right in the same vicinity as each other. But if we have solid numbers of both black and white sheep, we can get all the other variants of gray very easily. That'll just kind of take care of itself. Now, can I move this kid like a chess piece? Come on. I know it's big jump. Big jump. Let's get you over to Mama. Come on. You'll be happier over here. There. Okay. You guys... I feel like Mary and her little lamb. I guided it to school. Or something. Okay. One more time into the sheep pen. Or the sheep pen. Got sheep on the brain. Alright, we won't try to figure out which of those two are the two, but that's pretty nice. Everything is lined up there. Alright, back down to the mines pretty quickly, I think. Do another little explore. If you remember from the last trip down here today, we want to go to where that one corner turned with the 4 posts. There's that. Ready for more. If we need to, we'll just run. I don't think... Oh yeah, the picks can now get tidied up. I can go there. Alright, let's go. We are past noon. So, if we think about it, we'll want to try to do some more sleeping for the sake of the villagers. Oh, it's so nice having that as close as it is. Alright, then we came here, and was it right here, or do we have to go... Yeah, it is right here. Okay, this is good. New mine section. We want to be able to move, but I don't mind if some of them get stuck. Oh, this is a spot. We got gaps up above. So what we'll maybe do... Is this a drop down one too? Nope. That's better. Oh, but that's a floor. That is borderline terrifying. Cave spiders. I think there's nothing borderline about it. That is cave spiders. Okay, let's get there. More light. I don't see the actual spawner yet. But I do hear spiders. And this is being just as dumb as I can be, because when we were up at the thing, I was thinking to myself, if we run into spiders, I will go back up. Oh, you can see one in the distance there. I will go back up and I will get the bucket of milk to clear them out. All right, I'm gonna do that. I don't want to mess around. Oh, and there's a witch. And I'm sick of dying because I didn't listen to my own advice. So, milk. We'll go get it. We'll come back down and deal with whatever of those spiders remain. Now, hoping. I guess I'm not really hoping, but I was thinking we would be due to put the bed down. I guess we were really fast. Alright, well, we can reset that, put that away, fence posts, grab more torches. Let's make another sword, because yes. And it's a little early, but we'll just store this one. By the time we get done, this one should be worn down enough. Got time. Where'd they go? Here. Keep that food going. Good use of this little bit of time before we sleep. I almost forgot the bucket of milk while I was doing all that. Where is the bucket of milk? There it is. Switch it in the bucket spot. Okay, well, back we go. Very scared of the witch. Very scared of the spiders, but I think without the spawner, I was willing to, because I had so much light in there, and I knew it couldn't go beyond those 4 posts, right? So I kind of had it defined to a spot. I just wanted to get it lit and stop producing more, and now we can clean up the stragglers. Okay. So there's something up above us there. Get a little light. Ooh, this one is safer. It's really just those that have the open ceiling, like the next one up over here. Those are the scaries. got stuck. We got a bone. First bones. And an arrow. And, of course, we got pretty good and beat up. Let's pull back. We'll eat the bread. Save the mutton. Okay. A little bit more light up there. Oh! Magic bow. Ow! Ow. Well, how do you get to go? God! No! Why can't I run? What the actual flippin'... I don't know why I couldn't run there. That was awful. Okay. We treat ourselves to a little mutton after that little adventure. No magic bow. Still lots of noise up here. So one of the problems, of course, is if we can't jump, I can't crit. And that means a lot of banging away with an iron sword when these skellies do come. And of course, they've had a pack, right? So who knows how many more coming out of that. Okay. Let's see what that does. Actually opened up kind of nicely. See if we need it. So I don't know where that spider... Oh, you know what? Maybe the spider, when I went upstairs and then I ended up sleeping, I wonder if that took him out. Might have. Well, then we can hope it did the same for that witch, right? Lots of mine, right? Because that's all the floor. So there's plenty of stuff, as we can hear, going on upstairs. Oh, I see you. Come on down here. Now what I have to worry about is he's the obvious draw, right? So at least there's 2 more walls here. Let's put a torch there. So while he's... There. Come on. While I'm dealing with him, what's coming from any other direction, right? Alright, let's do this for... should have just done... Maybe here? Oh, this is all wet. that's clear. Okay. Not quite ready to combine these axes. Let's get this one done, and then we'll work back towards our center point. See if we can clean up some of this a bit. Maybe this is... Yep, that's decent. But I think the skelly came from the left there. No. Or he was just standing right on that edge. Well, that was anticlimactic. We still have the water to deal with, but... because it is what it is... And we know that these aren't getting us anywhere, let's just... take this stuff down so nothing else can... Even though it's lit, there will be no doubt, and it'll be a bigger, opener, safer looking space. Except for here, right? This is where... This is where I've made things much more difficult than they need to be. Crap. All that to get rid of some water. Okay, nothing can come through here. That's good. That doesn't go higher. Oh. Break my own torches. Okay, this is opening up okay. We've got... Is this anything, or is this just a dead end? Dead end there. Good to know. Aside from backing ourselves into a corner, we've cleared a little bit of this section to where I now have a one direction I don't have to fear things coming at me from. A little more light there. Let's go... minecart back there, but that was not what I was intent on. What I wanted to do was get back over here and sleep, likely. Hopefully that's safe. While we're here, before we go back and take on that zombie, I think I'm going to take a quick little 2-minute type break. We'll be back here in just a moment, folks. Thanks so much for hanging out. If you are enjoying, remember, if you're in the VODs, I still appreciate a good comment or like on the button. Let me know if you're enjoying those as they come up. If you're here in chat and you're just lurking, hanging out, you're more than welcome to do so. But please also consider saying, hey, let me know if you think I'm handling this mine okay. Should I be more aggressive? Should I focus more on the cows and chickens and all that kind of stuff first? Let me know if you got tips. Love to hear them. All right, I'll be back in just a bit. All right, and we're back. How y'all doing? Hope you're great. I'm great. So we slept. That will hopefully give us a little bit more time here in the depths. We've got a lot of clearing to do still. We can now more confidently set up this little area. I do want to get back down to this. Oh, don't want to double. All right. I rarely go so quickly into the chest, but more of much the same. 3 iron, not bad. 7 coal. Terrible. We do get a couple of powered rails. Those are nice. More glowberries. Excellent. The bread and name tags I will never complain about. All right, let's go. Unfortunately, I didn't make any. I want to deal with that water first before I fool with all that. Let's get rid of this. I think I have enough room here. Oh, I didn't even realize I was going under danger there. Yikes. Okay, well, we'll see if that one plank survives till the next time we come down or not. Yeah, we would, did all right, I think. Oh. You know, someday I'm going to want a staircase for all this, but for now, it's good. We've got mushroom stews at the top if we get tired. All right, I see no villagers. I see no creepers though around the town, around my base. Come on, guys, don't be dead. All right, there's one guy at least. Yeah, see, I think they're far enough away. Like right up here, it may be problematic, but the far side of town, I think we're far enough back that they're not gonna get impacted by my ongoing carelessness or lack of concern for their well-being. So we're up to 2 random little chunks of iron. I don't think we need to take immediate action. Any of that. This can all sort it away. It's pretty good to have all that. We got one lucky arrow, 3 more iron. The rails and carts have all been going in here. The fences, I will need to make separate rail and fence boxes if we get much more of this mine. Those 3 all go. And back over to here. So, question time. I kind of think I've got to keep grinding on the cobble because until we, if I just start using the iron picks, if we're not finding consistently large amounts of iron out in the mine or whatever, those go very quickly. So I'd like to get that to that full stack point I talked about. All right, once more into the breach, my friends, after we eat this stew. And when we avoid touching that egg. So I think we could pretty easily take stairs down here, right? Once we get to this point, there's nothing else we're branching off to, really. So I could kick the staircase back quite a ways and at least get rid of all of this bit, the back and forth and down through the hole that we were doing. But I don't want to waste time with it just yet. Especially not when we've got all this stuff right on the brink of revealing its treasures. Let's do that. Alright, we'll work from the upstairs here. Get a lot more that we can do. But most important, get rid of that. It means we can get that additional iron ore. This is now going up. But I think, probably famous last words, I think we're pretty safe from behind. That's obviously unsafe, but nothing can get through here. Baby zombie could, I guess. And all this has been cleared. We got iron and stuff to pull out of it, but other than that, it's decent. So then we'll have to look at this. Oh. That's a good hallway to have right as we come up. Nice and open and safe. A little bit of iron. More gravel. Once we get those chickens going, we'll be in Arrow City. Ooh. That's a trap. But it's contained one. So we'll try doing this. That may just be the cavity from the gravel up there, but need to check it. And since we're up here, because we are up here. Why did I put the torch on the gravel? That seems silly. Gravel does chew through the stone shovels. Put more torches on gravel. Alright, this seems pretty well done. seems that this room didn't have other hallways off of it. Let's combine you guys. Get the axes back. Hopefully we won't be turning this into just extended gravel digging visit. Okay, well, we have this layer, I think, pretty well secure. Now it's just, are there traps or new challenges that we're going to invite with getting the iron and the coal out of the walls? Get in there. Or the floors. I should be a little more concerned. I knew this was close back to where we'd been, but just dropping on a dark hallway, not real good. Alright, this is all that. No sense in having it be inaccessible. A little more there. Alright. That side is where we went up, I believe. Another dark, empty corridor. Combine those, get a spot back. Always nice. Hope that wasn't too loud. A little sip of water. Big sip. Alright, now this can all come down. There. Okay. I don't think there was any other resources in that little pocket. We did have this. This was out across. That was where the water was flowing. So this is the stuff I think we were looking up at to some extent, right? And I didn't want to bring down the flood on our heads. Anything in here? There was more back this corner. Well, that full switch to iron tools is getting closer, folks. some of these sight lines. Make this a bit easier. And then let's go check out this way. Music is banging. Doesn't make me want to take a nap at all. This is the far side of our little hole. Whoa. Okay, I think we got enough. So you can see our stairs coming down there. So slowly but surely, we're getting that safetied up. Okay, more coal. It's close. I think we can give it just another. We'll flip-flop them. Draw that back in. And then we still had this way. Nothing up high there. Okay. I still maintain that we are relatively high in this mine, right? That it should go deep, not up, because we're already at level 36, right? Sea level is 63. These rarely are going to come all the way up to up to surface level. That's what I was trying to say. Think of. But we'll just go up this way till we catch one of those posts. There we go. That looked a lot taller than it ended up being. That's all this was? I made an extra special staircase for you. A little room. You make me sad that you didn't have more adventure. It's kind of a miss, but whatever. Okay, now you two can go together. One other thing we should do. Go ahead and sleep. Just felt like it had been long enough. Okay. More below though, so maybe that was a high point in the literal, not figurative sense. And deeper into the depths. Although I don't know. We've got that not very miney looking cave way back around somewhere. This could be a trap on the... that! Exactly that. Oh, man. Ooh, that'll wake you up. Still nothing? There's the angle. But how is this going to get us? Oh, it doesn't matter because we can go here, here, and then just stand here and get the iron and hope it doesn't fall. Okay. Plenty sketchy. Y'all good and sketched out? I know I am. Oh, dude. So unnecessary. Can do that. That was hard-earned iron. Oh, look at all this. I didn't even notice this as we were cleaning things out. Cave. Oh. Always up first. Okay. We didn't die. And remember, that is our top priority of today and every day. Don't die. As long as we don't die, we can have a better day tomorrow. We die, and we're starting all over again, right? We don't want that. All right, here's our turn. Boom. Boom. Not much to it. We got some iron there, or some coal there, but I want to come back and get this iron. Of course. Oh, nice. And every time we look for coal or iron or anything else like that, we always have this chance of getting a new space. Man, that looks like it wants to be tied into abandoned mine stuff, doesn't it? Oh, or underground water. Take that water. I'm amazed that we didn't have more flooding. How far does all this watery stuff go now? My thinking here is we do have a respiration helmet. Still pretty dangerous, but if we did... Oh, dude, if we put a door there, right? We now do this. We still have a door. So we put a door there to hold back the water. We fill in and dig this back out again, which we can do right now. Well, I don't know if it really matters too much at the moment. Then we can go scan all that to see if... I mean, it does go on. There's copper, coal, but stranger things than lots of goodies being placed in a flooded cave have happened, so keep that in mind. I don't know that it's a top priority, but... Oh, wait, no, that's too far. Where did we get in here? Here. And then this was just back around the corner from home. Alright, well that was good. We're not done yet. I think that other cave was back this way? Is it here? Yes. It's flooded too. Iron. Hopefully we get some more here. So yeah, we may be coming back shortly with our aqua lung slash respiration helmet. Very careful here. Lots of gravel trap. Skelly. What's that zombie? Zombie I'm good with. If I don't get stuck. Come on. Hey, buddy. Well, one of you go. Don't like at. See the creeper. Waste of a torch, but not really a waste when you... I know I saw you, dude. Really would like to get some light over there. Don't really like that. See him dodge? What a jerk. Okay. Look familiar over there? Are always so few, but you get into a few places where in Minecraft the slightest little bit of... Oh, there's more mine. The slightest little bit of glare makes it almost impossible to see what you're faced at or contemplating, considering. Big hole in the middle. You don't want to go through that. So far, I think we're decent in terms of scary, dark ledges. Maybe way, way, way up there. That hole's kind of a known quantity now, but are there others? This world's name is Wordless Wonder. Troy, welcome back. Hope the shopping went good. Wordless wonder, as in shocked and stupefied by the amazing awesomeness. We were pushed into wordless wonder when we spawned in. Actually, I was talking about how I was hoping for just that effect when we were waiting for the world to spawn. Of can it be so good that I'm speechless now? If I was speechless, that's a different kind of content altogether. Some people do play stream without a mic or any sound at all. You don't know them outside of their gameplay. I can understand that, but not my style. So you guys are stuck with me talking. It doesn't mean I am wordless. It just, that sublime feeling of an inexplicable either beauty or good fortune, something um, we can't fully describe or relate to others. You have to see it to believe it, right? I always think that in the mountains, you get like a foggy day and every tree is just totally mapped in frost, like what they tried to do with those Christmas trees that have all the white gunk on them. But you see that when there's countless trees all around you and the fog is just lifting out, the sun is coming up, and every single one is sparkling. Oh, that's wordless wonder. And um, I think that the most recent thing that got me in that sense was during the vacation, and it was while my parents and I were in Colorado. We were up in Estes Park, which is a town right by Rocky Mountain National Park, and is kind of a tourist destination because of that. It's the main kind of access to the park. So it gets lots of people coming and going, lots of ice cream, candy, T-shirts, all that kind of stuff in the town itself. And I talked quite a bit about how we had a nice little dinner out one of the nights. Happened to be their anniversary, and so it was pretty cool. But there was a rainstorm, and we were seated looking out a window at a big lake. And it was a sun shower. The sun shining from kind of late in the day, so it's shining and lighting up the lake and the whole area. And the rain was falling on this lake as we were looking out the window, and every single raindrop would flash with the reflected light, right? The lake was calm. It wasn't a windy, stormy day or anything. It was just raining. And each raindrop stood out by itself on this big lake and the entire surface, and it was just like literally dazzling, right? The expression of being dazzled, where your eyes are so awash in the light of snow reflections or whatever that you're kind of stunned, right? You have to just take a moment to reset. You can't really see or visually process what's going on. Let's get out of here. We don't have any torches. I've always talked about it, this whole staying alive, not being stupid thing, and here we are, no torches, grabbing up every little bit of iron we can see. But that was a very good haul. I'm glad we finally lit up that room. We'll be able to look down on it from here now. And we know we've got some more mine to explore. So there. We do have this one extra little platform we should really go out on and get lit up. But yeah, this is great, and it's some of this kind of stuff down here now that we need to go back and explore. And I think down through that cave we had more to look at. So more goodies to come. I feel like a curse to your worlds. First time I watched you, you died, and there hasn't been a good or solid world since I've been here. Well, I don't necessarily agree. Well, first of all, I don't agree at all. Troy, don't worry, man. You're not a curse. Um, it's the game. It's me. I may joke about curses and all that kind of stuff, but don't sweat it, right? And there have been a number of times the gap before I settled into the toe world. I had a dozen worlds or so. It just, you don't necessarily find the ones that click, and it's a good reminder that we are playing hardcore. There's the creeper I knew was going to come. The weird part is this is exactly where that creeper was yesterday. So we did use those torches all the way through the night last night. Again, hopefully not to the detriment of our village, but we got a golem over here. We got our villager. He seems to be in good hands, so good. Um, so yeah, no, what I kind of disagree on is the fact that we haven't had a good or solid world. We haven't had a deep run, but we've had some good stuff. And remember, I walked away from one. Um, we still have. Now it's blank. I'm blanking. I don't even. It's been enough of them. I don't even remember. The one with the big white tower with the copper blocks and all that, and the big storage area that I've been working on and all that. So that one, sometimes I just move of my own accord and go, you know what, not feeling it. So I've actually got two that are in that state, getting savvy and whatever the one is with the big white tower. With a, is it possible to just run to the creeper and kill him fast enough before he explodes? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can one-hit creepers easily enough. Not doing it with an iron sword. But yeah, of course. Especially if you crit, you get a good netherite axe or sword and crit jump on them. You can just take them out, but not not right now. You just talked about how you wanted me to survive into a world. I'm trying to build you up, and now you're telling me to go make the desperation rush at creepers and see if I survive it. No, I refuse, sir. Here, top off that. Got our first flint. Store the rest of that. Get this, 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 this. Man, I like axes. I usually now just start the game with them, and I think it's changed now. Hey, this is our first clothing we picked up, right? Other than the helmet that we have stored over in our real use toolbox. Um, I had a point. Oh, axes. Um, I think now you can put like sharpness and stuff on an axe, so they are bringing them back as a viable weapon, and that was one thing that really kind of hurt when they changed combat forever ago, and they introduced shields. They made it so that axes, you can see, it's got +9 damage. That's the stone axe. This has 6 with the sword. And so the axe can be quite devastating with the damage it inflicts, but it's slow. That chopping the chickens, right? Each time it resets back up, you gotta wait for it. Okay. How much damage does a hoe do? Not much. I don't have hoe. Yeah, no, I don't want to risk getting into farming. We're not doing it yet. Not much. It does some. You can use it. But what I was saying is at at the time when they introduced the more robust enchanting, there was no weapon enchants for the other tools. So you couldn't put sharpness on a shovel or an axe or anything like that. And it really weakened the axe, right? Between the fact that you had to wait on a longer cooldown and you then with sharpness could make a diamond sword so much better eventually, it really began to hurt. The other trade-off, and the one that I actually kind of like, it's why I use it on the cows and the chickens to this day. The axe only hits one. The sword, even without sweeping edge, will hit all the targets in front of it, right? It won't do as much damage. Sweeping edge helps that effect to the secondary targets. the axe will only hit the one person you're aiming at or the one creature or whatever. So when you're doing chickens and all that, you're not going to hit the other ones accidentally and kill a bunch of babies. You're also not going to accidentally aggro like a pigman if a wither skeleton comes to you in a fortress and you take a swipe at it and accidentally the pigman comes around the corner at that point. So there's a little bit there as well. That's kind of where thorns gets me. I never want thorns in the case that pigmen may inadvertently get triggered when something else does damage to me, and then all of a sudden you get a big old mess. But anyway, yeah. So we'll remind me when we've got hose. We'll check the damage. We will make a diamond hoe and use it up completely. It's an old advancement, and to do that, I normally just swing it at mobs in a spawner or in a dark room. I think though we're about halfway through, and I think it's time to change the focus of our adventure for the day. We talked about going down into those flooded caverns. We're not going to do that. Oh, but I should get torches because that's why we stopped. We are going to go back out in the boat and see what more goodies and goodness are around us. I would like to go kind of beyond that big stone rock outcrop and go that way and see what's out there. That's the next plan. Eventually, when we do get the hoe and start the farming, we're going to probably do that over in the flower forest to some degree, and we'll make like I talked about this. This isn't new. When I was wrapping up yesterday, we will make probably some kind of like a farmhouse deal, not a full on base with storage and all that kind of stuff, but just a spot where we can have that same field layout. But I'm trying really hard not to do that since we just completed it all and lost it. I'd rather do some of this mine combat, all that kind of stuff. So feed those cows because we need to. Crush some weeds here until we have a couple seeds. And then feed the chickens. Oh. See, this grass is infuriating. I can't feed him because there's a piece of grass in proximity. So if you wonder why I keep doing this endless lawn mowing stuff, as I call it, that's why. Because it is lame. Now, sadly, I don't think I have extra chickens around. So, let's call that good. We will, I think, go back over into town and just hit the villager fields one more time. See if they've got more wheat ready to go for us. Can't you cook the animal you kill with a flame? Yes, you can. 100%. Yep. You will all, if you have flame on a weapon, like if you hit a chicken, instead of it dropping raw chicken, you will get cooked chicken every time. Which is kind of nice. Steaks from cows instead of raw beef, pork chops, all that. Definitely a fun little, yeah, that makes sense. Deal. Okay, there's our nighttime coming. No, because if I start building there, it's gonna be lame, and I'm gonna keep trying to improve it. As long as I keep breaking these things, right? That's why I make these little camps. They're the creepers are just as likely to get me. Say I make walls, right? And I put some little windows, and I've got, if this was the extra space, and I had a door in the middle between the chests, and I've got pillars with torches and all that, and an overhanging roof and everything, and yay, I'm safe and secure. I'm just as likely to open the door, walk out in the morning, go, yay, let's go, after having spent the night doing IRL stuff, and have a creeper standing right there that I don't notice or come around the corner of the house and follow me and blow up and take my world, as I am to have one there. I've seen these guys. As long as I'm aware that they could be there, famous last words kind of deal, right? But I think we'll be all right. So we're going for the open, high visibility. Nothing sneaks up on us, and we can handle it. Method until we start building, right? And then we'll do all the stuff to try to make it safe and secure. All right, we're wasting the day. I meant to take the boat out, but I still haven't gotten all these done. You made me want to break the more grass so that we don't die. Just checking things here, hopefully. Oh, there's all our farmers are over there. All right, good. Now, this is kind of good, kind of bad. I'm glad to see that we've got a few wheat going, and happier that it isn't all fully grown. That would mean that these are staying loaded all the time. But where it seems like they're occasionally going maybe while we're at camp, but not down in that mine. They're loaded into the game. All right, well, there we go. That was good. Now we got to go quickly back, dump off all the stuff, come back and get that boat, and we'll be off. Just fences. A farming sword? I don't follow. You mean like cook the animals? Well, then I would make a flaming axe, a farming axe, not a farming sword. Then we gotta go through the gate every time. It'll be fine. You can say I told you so if a creeper in the wide open gets us. Besides, my cows have a fence and gates. Made those. I got the helmet, right? That was the one thing I was worried about forgetting. We got enough food. What we can do on this little adventure as well, if we come across them, is capture and harvest more cows. All right. Does this go out? Maybe we can use that new canal, a fancy new canal we made at the end of yesterday. All right. How do we get out of here? Was this our little? No, turtles though. Here, no, here. What the? So none of that connected into this? So confused. So we still have to do more canals to get out from the village to the potential home site. That kind of stinks. But we can make it to the ocean, and that's important. So this is where we come back in, or we just go over land, but let's make a little marker. Show us the way home. All right, so yeah, we basically got up to the other side of all that. That's where we grabbed out all the iron yesterday. Check the VODs, YouTube, Twitch. They're all available. You can watch me high dive and plummet after successfully getting our first substantial iron. It's pretty good. It's not gonna happen. We got this. All right, another Guardian Temple. That's close by, and I think we saw a Pillager Tower at the very far side of the other ocean. So that doesn't go together real well. Now I'm just like, please don't let me be turned around. Seeing all this scattered bamboo. Still haven't even planted our bamboo yet, but we've got it and all the others ready to go when we do want to be a farmer. More savanna. Okay. That's a thing. Yeah. Backup pizza rolls. You ready for the week? Good lunch supplies. I had to update. I don't know. I know a lot of folks, you're not on your completely own for groceries and all that kind of stuff, whether it's parents or a boyfriend, girlfriend, or husband and wife, or you're buying for kids. But for me, like my food groceries, I'm down. I can go into the store and pretty immediately go, oh, I need that. No, I'm good on those. And with the exception of sometimes, like, I'll end up with an extra thing of coffee or something. Like, oh, that's gonna take me a while to get through. I can keep up, but if it's any peripheral stuff, paper towels, Ziploc bags, aluminum foil, any of that kind of stuff, I gotta have a list. So on my refrigerator, I have just an ever ending, ongoing little list of these are the extra stuff, and kind of bathroom stuff too, right? If I'm using the spare roll of toothpaste, I throw a note on there. Hey, time to get some more toothpaste to have under the sink, so you never completely run out. That kind of stuff, right? Well, I need coffee filters. I'm down to like a critical dozen or so, and that's way uncomfortable. Because right, you can get by, you can stretch coffee for quite a while, or I can switch to tea or whatever. But you run out of the coffee filters, it gets pretty bleak. And that Savannah really didn't amount to much, did it? I was kind of hoping for a village, but yes, it will, and it will be sad but beautiful. I got lost that. I don't know what the timing was on your response there, Troy, but thank you. I also want to shout out, this is random, and I don't know if they'll be listening now. I didn't write it down. I should have. New follower who hit me up yesterday. Thank you so much. Glad to have you. It, despite the bump of random followers in the middle of the week that aren't ones I'm counting on, it's awesome to see real new friends, and I did notice and appreciate. Went back and hit you with a follow. Know you're unlikely to want to stream, but got you the follow anyway, and look forward to maybe seeing you around in chat. But as so many of us do, maybe that's just a lurk. Maybe you're just seeing the VODs and wanted to reciprocate the. Just let me know that you're enjoying them. I don't know, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, and to everybody that's been viewing, even on the weekend in both Twitch and YouTube, you guys rock. Thanks so much. I was looking for some of these little these guys. I always think the word is ampule, but propagule. Not ampule. I know what an ampule is. It's not that. It's a little glass kind of vial thing, right? Oh, we're still. Yeah, put that out of your head, man. We're in a mangrove swamp. We could much more easily die here. So we need to get some of this wood so we can make a hideous door, right? I'm kidding. Kidding, we're not going to make a hideous door. What we are going to do is potentially be able to, if we want, use the boats with chests. Again, not real convenient for exploring because if you break the boat, it's the chest is gone and you're out of luck. That the other day, that build that I saw of the little house was so inspirational. That person used a lot of this mud, and I still haven't really played around with it a whole lot, but I think while we're not farming and doing some of this other stuff back around camp, I'd like to maybe try cooking it. Like, right, baked mud bricks. I know the game already has terracotta. It probably doesn't need more, but I guess I'd like to see if that's a thing. Just play around with them in the crafting table a little bit. See what all they've got. No, it was tough to pronounce, and I thought about writing it down, but I only saw it right before I went live. They followed me 14 hours ago. Let's see. Maybe I still have it here. Oh, I think I do. Thawkozkim CVM? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to pronounce as THOKHOSYCVM. There you go. Followed me, and I followed them back because they're awesome. So that's the new follower. But you know, they may just be a drive by on a VOD or something like that, and doing their bit to let me know they appreciate it, which I appreciate right back. That is fantastic. So even that, you just coming and hanging out and watching, pretty awesome. The following is so easy that I think it's a natural no-brainer for me, but all right, so I think this gets us the boat in chest recipe now, right? Yeah. So we're good there. Let's just go back out through the deal. I don't know, do I really want to load up on all this stuff? This is a tiny little mangrove swamp. I don't know that we necessarily need to use it as our new home. Mangrove roots. See, I should have been paying attention when I first picked all these up to see if there were new recipes, but oh well. Get some moss carpet. Oh, good enough. Hey, we got a turtle in a boat. Turtle, I don't want to take you far away from your home. So, not that I wouldn't love to have you ride along as a passenger, but if I then took you back home and bred you, you would immediately try to swim back to this beach to lay your eggs. And that would, here's, look at like this little bit, and I saw this jungle and forest, was like, well, that was just a taste. Yeah, we got plenty of mangrove swamp. So maybe we'll do something incorporating this. I can't imagine living right in the heart of it all. I think that would be very buggy. That's why the frogs grow so fat there. But I'm very happy to have it. Now we'll have endless of it. That's got to keep spawning, right? Yeah, there we go. Still kind of looking for ships. Is that a portal? What do we got going on there? That's weird looking. Oh, there we go. And we got some village. Some maybe drowned structure. Or just weird. Looks like just weird gravel on top of some rocks. Alright, more villagers. And up until we had gotten melon seeds out of chests, this was kind of what I was hoping for. So while there's a couple things that they have some cartography stuff that's more common in their village than others. It is the hay that I'm honestly looking for here. We'll take this. I think we already have acacia saplings, and we've got so much acacia around us in the savannas that I'm not worried. What I'd like to do, let's go ahead and do this. Such a waste of our precious mangrove resources. But you were wondering about attack strength for a relative hoe. Hoe, 1 attack damage, and the stone axe has 9, the shovel has 3.5, the axe again 9. I don't know what the pick is, but it's better than the hoe. But I want this to get our hay bales. I say ours. They used to be yours, but they're not anymore. Alright, there we go. That was some water or something breaking a seed. So yeah, we will continue looking at chest loot. But this hay feeds our cows, right? Without us having to farm, so very good. And honestly, the most dense commodity value we could get out of a village at this point. Oh! But that's fantastic. Saddle. We'll even take this because if this should get worn down, we've got our anvil and we could combine these without losing the enchantment. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Be fine leather tradesmen. They're like, dude, did you see that guy just take all our hay bales? What's up? And then he came into our shop. I don't think he understands our economic system of emeralds. We'll get you back. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, I know I'm not breaking it up correctly. I recognize lots of little bits in there, but how they intend to pronounce it. Hey, you know, if you're following and I say that about your name, come in and let me know. Let me know if you want me to shorten it up. Like, what's your preference there? We got CJ, we got Berger, who neither of whom we've seen in quite a while. They seemingly have headed on for other pastures, but they were awesome. They hung out at least long enough to come back and welcome me back after the vacation, which was very kind. A lot of people kind of move on. You know, if a content creator that they've recently discovered goes on a break, even though I let them know, hey, I am coming back, everything's all good. That'll be the end, right? Fine then, I don't need your stuff. We got some tall grass, more saplings. I Again, don't think I'm taking any of that. Did we come in here yet? We got the hay bales next to it. Another brewing stand. Yeah, a little flashback of the igloo there. The brewing stands and nothing. Well, a stack and a quarter of hay and a saddle. That is fantastic. I'm very happy to have made your acquaintance, little villagers. I think we will hang out about town here for just a bit longer to sleep. And what I should probably do is jot down the Savannah Village coordinates. Oh, I would have done well to do this first. It is a negative 1327 and negative 1624. Not an impossible distance from home. I still haven't jotted down the coordinates of where we live. But what I'm thinking is let's pop the boat just in case. And then we'll go inland a little bit here, ringing on the edge of the mangrove swamp. Just to see what's around this village before we just head back into the water. And presumably, once we load up, we just head straight back across and we'll be close to home. I think we're already getting a feel for how much or little space there is. It seems to be a solid ring of trees. Alright, here. Let's go look. I see vines on that far tree. So we're not getting clear of at least swamps, if not mangroves or all the rest. Oh. Oh, that's a pig. Okay. As long as it's a pig. I don't have any of the right stuff here. I don't even have a... Whew! Don't die, Havage. What are you doing? Let's just take a moment, catch our breath. Put up a little safety rail here, in case that ever becomes a deal again. Goodness gracious. All right, so this appears to be regular swamp, not mangrove. And there's one thing I particularly like out of the regular swamp, outside from slime. Slime is the best. It is these little blue guys. Orchids. Beautiful. There, blue orchids. So, fun fact. I believe, I know the Colorado state flower is the columbine, and it is in the orchid family, and a beautiful wildflower when you're in the woods. Just got turned around a little bit. Let's go up on top of this hill. I think we're heading the opposite, which is okay. Yeah, there's more ocean. There's the sunflowers. All right, well, that's fine. As long as I know where I'm going. So it is in the orchid family, an absolute beauty. But I believe that also the state flower growing up where I did in Minnesota is the lady slipper. And I believe that's an orchid as well, in the orchid family. It's a much different kind of flower, but I think they are in the same family. So there you go. And both, the columbine has blues and purples in each bloom. I think you can have blue lady slippers. I don't know. Not exactly my area of knowledge at all, but they both make me. I think of both my home states when I pick the blue orchids, and I think they just look cool in the game. And they don't grow. They don't grow in the flower forest, so handy to grab a few. All right, so I'm kind of assuming, having thrown the boat back in here, that this is just going to end up being a point. we will sail back across open water to home from here. Yeah, this looks like it's winding down. So we'll just go south. Which is the way I thought we were going to head, and the way that we should head relative to the way that the sun floats over our head back at camp. And the big question is, are we further east or west of the savannah and that big rock, the Guardian Temple that we saw, all that stuff? Yeah, dropping into that hole, that could have been real bad. That's why I had to take a little moment, just recompose. It ended up being nothing, but hasn't been that long since I full on lost a world that way. One of my first in 119. The first one where I ever found. I didn't find the ancient city or any of the stuff, but I got all the way down and was spotting the deeper deep slate. Oh, so this could be the Guardian Temple. Let's get away from ill effects. I just don't know if this is the one we already saw or not. But I don't want to get hit by the Guardian's lasers. I think we do okay just moving steadily on. But worse, I don't want to get hit with 5 minutes of mining fatigue. So give him a wide berth. You hear that noise? I don't know how long we have to wait. Well, they make a noise. It's a kind of... Oh, maybe this is the one. So we got a few Guardian Temples here. We'll be able to get lots of sponges if we so desire. By the time we get to that point, though, we'll want a more defensive respiration helmet. And I think this is just a little island that we can go around, right? If I get stuck back in all this stuff. I mean, I think we cut right past the bamboo, right? Yeah. There we go. Just didn't want to catch the mining fatigue again. Oh, well, that was a little good adventure. We got some hay, got mangrove swamps. We can make the boat chests now if we want. And for something like this, that could be handy. We talked about that before, how I'd like to, particularly here, if we set up a farm and have the villagers to trade out for our crops and promote villager stuff there. That might be far from our mining and all that. So having just a ferry boat, the one that carries our goods and everything, would be pretty handy. Well, that was productive. Still haven't seen just I've got to have that spot for my home spot yet. But we'll keep chipping away at exploring. I think any further exploring we do today is going to be scouting out that flower forest farm location kind of thing. Getting a feel for what all's entailed there, but we're going back to what we know will get us the goods. We're going back down underneath that mine. We've got new areas to explore, and I think just here is easy to know that's where to go for the boat on this village side. But we'll check the next time around and see if it isn't quicker to just take one of the boats from that other side and pop on through. Yeah, I'm noticing that, and that's why I was, like you said, could have been bad. I've been watching here. It's grown a little bit for me. I just got back to camp, but as I'm watching, I'm now approaching camp, and I'm hopping up on it. So that's the delay for me. It's more than the 3 to 4 seconds that it is at the beginning of the day, but it's not terrible. But Troy, what you're saying, it sounds like you've got even more. I don't know. Kind of just happens. I was already kind of wondering and hoping as we started out that we wouldn't have too many issues. We're good ways in. Coming up on 3 hours, so fingers crossed. I'm not gonna try too much. So we have muddy mangrove roots, we have mud, we have mangrove roots. If I do this, nothing. If I do this, still nothing. I assume it's a 1-to-1. This is dumb. I should have just exited, but if I do that and that, I can get more muddy mangrove roots. What I'd like to know, though, is does cooking mud do anything? No. Does cooking muddy mangrove roots do anything? No. Does cooking mangrove root? Nope. Well, it doesn't seem like something I don't know. I didn't watch much of that video that I said was so inspirational. I just kind of turned it on and was like, "Woo, that looks awesome. I wish I could do something like that," and then moved on. Don't need that in there. Don't need that in there. That can go in there for now. Flowers. It's weird that that's the first ones we've even stumbled upon. Let's leave these hay bales as bales just for storage purposes. Got 8 pieces of leather now. That's fantastic. Put this over here. Safekeeping. And the saddle as well. And the respiration helmet that we still haven't never found a reason to use today. Those in there. This in here. Stack of these. And to the cows. To the cows and then to the mines. Or the caves. Under the mines. Whatever it ends up. That little baby cow looks like trouble. Adults are hungry. That's good. Get everybody? Oh. Now we did. Beefs. Grow up, beefies. Store that. Alright, let's go get it. What it is, we'll find out as I go here. Oh. Did I ever do whatever's in there? Did I ever even notice? Sorry, mic's up. Did I ever even notice this? Get. Oh. Well. Hello. I don't remember this place. Feel like Gandalf. Hey, Spidey. So I've got a lot of you and your friends' webs, so if you could give me eyes. I didn't get those words out before I killed him, and he dropped nothing, sadly. Hey, look at this. So we're back up to the surface. No iron. A little cold, though. So that's the deal. Now we really want to get at least 12 pieces of iron each trip to replace our picks that we do use. Um, yeah, it's funky. That one's new on me. Shocking, I'm sure. So I paused the game. I opened up Stream Manager, put in a test message called Mine Time. There, it just showed up. And I don't think it was minutes necessarily, but it was close to a full minute. And the game is not that delayed, but the chat is. That's weird. I don't know that that's anything I'm doing. Because the stream and its response to what I'm doing in the game is much faster. So I'll try to take that into consideration and follow your messages that way, Troy, or anybody else that cares to chat. But I think we'll try to get through more iron the rest of this hour if we can. That wasn't what I intended. I wanted to set him up to come. This is why I don't like these little holes everywhere. You gotta come around this corner. Come on, jerk. What are you doing? That's why he couldn't get there earlier. Regroup. I think this is newer music for Minecraft. I'm not sure. It seems very familiar, like the melody, but I did try to watch a foreign language. It's kind of like a gangster hip hop type deal. I don't know. I think I don't even know what language it's in. It was just late. I was going to bed. Like, all right, is there something I can just kind of fall asleep to? And it's called like Centinola or something like that. And kind of along. It feels to me the most like, is it Startup? The one about like the three people that make the little like Bitcoin currency deal. But one's a guy from the streets, and this is all taking place in Miami, I think. One's the tech girl, and one's like the sales guy out of the corporate world, right? And they all kind of get pulled together, but they're trying to be legit, and they keep getting pulled more and more into a world of crime and all that kind of stuff. That's what this feels a little bit like, but international and different culture and stuff. It wasn't what I needed to fall asleep, and I don't know that I'll ever go back to it. But it was kind of cool. I always like seeing stuff from places that I don't immediately recognize, a language that's a little bit different than the ones I'm all familiar with. I may not follow every word. I studied German in high school, and back in the day, I don't think I would ever have been considered fluent, but I was passable. I could pick up something and read it and get the gist. I could go to a city and get around and be conversant. I just, I would have a very limited vocabulary. Okay, that was where we came up to the top of. So this is all good, 100% now, I think. So let's go back on this high road. There can be some intense breathing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. Just another streamy deal. Gotta deal with it. Alright, there was our iron. We got this middle kind of layer, which I think we can get. So you look at that, 13. So we've already paid for these 4 axes over again. And hopefully we can do a lot better than that. Not our mine stuff anymore, but good caving. So sadly, no hint of chest, but we're we're veterans at that. We understand, you go into a cave, you pop up in some other room, and you'll get a whole new section of that same mine. Just we hadn't revealed the connecting pieces at this point yet, so I know there's going to be a lot more for us to do in that regard. Got iron literally everywhere here. Got a geode. There we go. Now that, you want to talk about something that's cursed? It could be the geodes. Every time I start to get going on a geode is when we're toast. Oh. Holes. Bridgy area. I hear skellies. Skellies can knock us into holes. We don't want that. Let's grab this while we can. I'd really like to stay back from that edge. Let's see if we can open up to this side. I wanted to get a torch down in there. Oh, there's another skelly. Oh, ow. Ow. Gave you the path back up here. Come on. Come and get me. How did I get... This is the top bit. Fine. We'll just do it like this, although I feel a little trapped. Huh? Don't be trapped. Ow! Right in the face. Ever watched any Gordon Ramsay shows? Hell's Kitchen and Gordon Ramsay Uncharted are really entertaining. Yeah. Hang on one second here. I'm also just repositioning in my chair here a little bit before we go back in. Gordon Ramsay stuff. Nah. His really old stuff in the UK is my absolute favorite. I'm assuming it was like BBC back before he had any international following. But it was the same kitchen nightmares concept, but much more real, right? He's the same guy. All the stuff that you have come to expect of a Gordon Ramsay show is already there. And he's doing the same, it's a family. They've got a struggling business, restaurant, and all that kind of stuff. But at that point, he doesn't have the name recognition, so it really is, there's none of the extra drama, fluff stuff. And he'd go in and help out these various small little restaurants and stuff. And there was more, I get it. We talk about it in terms of survival type shows or any of those that are kind of reality based. Come on. Oh, crap. Ow. That torch bothered me the whole time. It gets in the way. I'm going to hit it. But yeah, Gordon Ramsay stuff, and I watch not religiously. I miss a lot of it, but I do watch Hell's Kitchen. Um, I liked the early MasterChef. I was a big fan of. Um, I don't know. I don't know what the impetus was to start switching up all the other guest chefs, judges, and all that. I thought that kind of pulled away a little bit. Became more about their personalities and who they were bringing in and all that than the contestants and the food and all that. Um, but I felt like, oh, MasterChef, they're bringing it back a little bit more than Hell's Kitchen to the actual cooking, and these people have skills that they're trying to use or develop. Um, so I really liked it when it started off. And Hell's Kitchen was fine, but it became the beast that is reality TV, right? That's like Alone or anything else. The the contestants have to be chosen to make it more dramatic the next time around, right? So you typecast. They're no longer people. They're caricatures of people. You have the druggie. You have the southern flair. You have the East Coast high strung attitude, right? And all of those are basically I don't know that everyone is, and I think there's probably a lot of people that would vehemently oppose that idea. But I look at them as they're basically actors and actresses trying to get a start by playing a role in a show, and the whole idea of cooking and food and all that all becomes very secondary very quickly, to just who can scream the most, who will have the biggest meltdown, because that's what gets the clicks, what gets the watches, the views, and the eyeballs, and the likes, and all that terminology that we use here in streaming that TVs use in terms of how many people are watching. There's Up Into the Geode. Oh, it's beautiful up there. Love it. And the Uncharted one is really good. I watched it on Disney Plus. Know you said you like watching stuff in different places. Uncharted is home, going around the world and trying their food. My favorite Gordon show. Awesome. I saw there was. This is probably 7 years old, if not more. I don't think I was seeing it as it was live. He did one where he went to India for like 4 months and toured around in India and was just trying the various cuisines. Um, and I remember in one he was like learning to cook from just some mother or somebody's grandma or whatever on the shore of a river, and she was cooking very traditionally, and he was like, "Oh, this is amazing! How you use these same ingredients that I do." So something like that. Have you ever heard of Anthony Bourdain or seen any of his old shows? Because if you like what you're describing as Gordon Ramsay Uncharted or whatever the exact thing is, um, Anthony Bourdain, rest his soul, passed away, and in under sad circumstances, but um, apparently, he had a lot of demons. He was a New York City chef, very, very much going along the same lines as Gordon. Um, had a restaurant, wrote a book, I think, and now I don't. This could get. We need a panic room. Oh crap! First of all, before we even contemplate this, we need to make sure nothing's coming. Okay, we're safe there. Now we need a panic room. No, I wouldn't worry about it. If he jumps, we're in trouble. If there's, you know what? Can we do this? Hi. Oh, okay. Let's get this. Oh, did I do that? I don't know if that got him or not. He might have teleported now, and he might be really upset. But he might be really upset at the gravel, not at me. What I don't see are any Enderman eyes. Oh, no, that was just a flint. It was worth a shot. See if we could get a cheap, easy Enderman kill. Oh, okay. Well, that seems cool. That seems like a modification of the same concept, and very cool. And I will. You said that's Disney Plus. I will check that out at some point. Um, but yeah, two different styles, but similar things that I absolutely some of my all-time favorites. Anthony Bourdain's shows were fantastic. He showed he had such an interest in other cultures, and it was all tied into the food and the people. But it was a travel show, and he was, he made no apologies about being an East Coast guy that had lived in kitchens. And if you ever, I think everybody should. I've talked about it before here. I think at some point in your life, everyone should take a job, if nothing else, as a waiter or waitress or hostess or something in a restaurant. Um, I haven't, but I would say, well, I did food prep like as a college job in my dorm. It was part of the housing package. You could go in and have a job in the dorms to help pay for your room and board. And so I did food prep stuff there. That's the closest I've come to that. That doesn't really amount to um, a job or a commercial profession. It's a commercial kitchen. It's not a um, I don't know, just an unaffiliated business, right? It's under the guise of a college or a university. When you're in the dorms like that, they have the staff that they have are kind of held to a different level, right? They're not just the person who hasn't quit yet that's the manager of the restaurant. But the movie Waiting may still be a little outside your window. Oh, are we already? Wait, okay, that's still the bug out from Skelly's angle. We're doing good. I'm a little scared. I'm loving talking about this. But yeah, Anthony Bourdain, he made no apologies about the fact that his background, he partied pretty hard in that whole kitchen waiting. He wasn't waiting on people, he was running the kitchens. He was a chef. Um, but with all the waiters and waitresses and the rest of the cooks, they weren't sober very often, if you get my meaning, in the kitchens. And he wrote kind of a tell-all early back in the 80s, maybe 80s or early 90s. That was like here's everything nobody knows about restaurants in New York City, and the fine these aren't like your McDonald's or your Greasy Spoon. These are the 5-star pompous, chef with a big old personality and all that stuff. These are the ones where you're throwing down 80, 90, $100, who knows now, but for an entree, right? For a steak. And the people that are preparing that for you, they may be naturally gifted and it may be good food, but they quite literally were spending every day on drugs and then just waiting for your big night to get over, so that then they would go out to wild parties at 4 a.m. when they'd close down the restaurants, all that kind of stuff. They never went to clubs or any of that kind of traditional stuff because they're the night owls. They're the service industry people. And it was this kind of highly popular tell-all to the rest of the world. This is what those people that serve your food are doing. And the movie Serving with or Waiting with Ryan Reynolds was kind of a comic take on that. Much later, much less authentic. It was just a movie, right? A movie script, fiction, but based on a lot of what most people would agree is, yeah, a lot of that stuff goes on when I was working in restaurants. So to pay the bills or just for life experience, I think everyone should spend some time working in the restaurant industry in some form or fashion because it will change your outlook on tipping, on ordering, on complaining about food, all that kind of stuff. You don't ever look at it the same way again. So Anthony Bourdain, I always kind of think of in that regard. But he went on to make such compelling travel stuff because he was doing it, going to Asia and places, Cambodia and Vietnam and places like that, places that were either known for their conflicts or their if at all, and then not, if he went to the big cities, he's going to the little neighborhoods and stuff scattered around, or he's going to small farm towns and stuff like that, finding the hidden gems with the use of guides and all that kind of stuff, of course, but highlighting these places. So much like what you said with Gordon Ramsay, and I absolutely felt he was gone too soon. And again, that's those tragedies. If you're struggling to cope with stuff, anybody out there catching a VOD on any other stream, it gets thrown around a whole lot, but you just got to talk to somebody, right? You may feel like nobody in the world appreciates you or nobody could understand your problems. That's usually just not the case. There's always somebody, and it will always seem a little bit better if you can just get fresh eyes on it, right? Just open up about whatever's eating at you. It may seem insurmountable and like there's no light to be seen, but there is. And it's those celebrities, those actors and actresses and stuff. I think that for a lot of people bring that home. But I think as time goes on, everybody has more encounters with those kinds of losses in their own lives. And those are no less raw and painful, even more so in some cases. So don't ever get to the point where you have to wonder, could I have done something more for somebody else to show them that they had meaning and purpose? But we can't always know, and people are really good at hiding when they're hurting, right? That the whole idea, put on a happy face, right? Go out and face your day, make the most of it, be smiley and warm to everybody else. And I think I try to be. I'm actually kind of pessimistic, not in this sense at all. Subway, there you go. Hey, be a sandwich artist, right? Sorry if I may have been very late reading that, but when I will look at the reasons why something may not work. I'll try to address. Okay, if all these things don't happen, then we've got a chance of succeeding, right? I'm not the oh, hey, we're going to make a rock and roll band and make $1 million because we just happen to like music, and we'll get lucky and people will notice us. I'm going to be like, how many rock and roll bands don't make it? How are we going to sustain this? Um, do we care if we never make a cent, right? Like streaming here. I don't plan on having anybody ever watching. I make the VODs first because I don't expect that anybody will go, yeah, I'm gonna come hang out for a few hours or four up to four, even more in some cases, and watch you play a game. But I make the VODs and put them out there in case I've lost this world. I can go back, in a year or two and be like, hey, what was that one world I was working on? Um, Watch some of them, or others could do that if they want to have them in the background. So I'm not like the, oh, I'm gonna have 1 million followers and I'm um, gonna do this. I'd love for it to happen, and I try to work through it, but I look at it as, if that never happens, how could I go? So when I say I'm a pessimist, that's kind of, I plan on the contingencies and build up from the, if the worst things happen, how will it still be all right? Why will I still keep doing it, kind of deal? Um, but in maybe because of that, but in my interactions with humans, I try to be very. I don't even have to try. I just like meeting people. I like getting to know, hearing their stories, what's going on out in the world. So it's very naturally easy for me to just go, yeah, let's talk about stuff. And I never am one to get real down. So I struggle to relate with that a little bit, I guess. Um, but I can appreciate that if I'm having a bad day and I'm aware of it, whatever that may be. And I'm not today. It's pretty rare, but like, when I was getting sick and stuff like that, occasionally you're like, man, I just don't not feeling it. I'm not going out. I'm not going to go see my friends, that kind of stuff, because I don't want to bring them down, because I'm aware that I'm not feeling whatever it is today. So they shouldn't have to have to suffer my bad attitude, right? And you kind of pull back, right? And for me, the next morning I go out for another walk. The sun's coming up, the weather's nice. I see a little bit of nature, and boom, I'm back to 100%. I've never had prolonged, depression or anything like that, but I know a lot of people do, and I know from my own reaction of, hey, I don't want other people feeling bad for me. I don't want people trying to cheer me up. Let me deal with my own stuff. It's easy to pull back, to go, yeah, oh yeah, I'm all good. I'm just busy today. When you talk to those friends and you're like, I don't want to go out for dinner. I'm just busy. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We'll get you the next time. That kind of stuff. For me, that's that's pretty true. That's pretty true and accurate, right? I'm just, hey, yeah, sorry, it's not going to happen today, but we'll get you back. And of course, that then happens, and everything's fine and dandy. But for the people that get into a bad downward cycle, um, man, I can imagine you're already feeling down, and then you start thinking, well, I don't want other people feeling bad for me, so I'm just going to clam up. And it becomes this cycle, right? It becomes when I see people, I don't want them to be caught in what I'm going through. So I put on a smile and hey, what's up? What's going on, guys? And the next thing is they're coming, they're that's becoming the skin that they wear all the time, so that nobody knows they can't get out. Well, it's a weird thing to end up talking about from Anthony Bourdain, but his story is one that really, I never knew the guy. I don't have any connection to the guy, any invested interest or anything like that, other than he's a or was a human being. He had a family that loved him, and were left to wonder these same questions. And I know Twitch here, VODs and all that. Um, it used to be, now we have veterans, and with COVID and all that, there was kind of a surge of people that just felt like they couldn't cope, so it's kind of been more visible. But it used to be teens in particular were people that really struggled with that. Your body's going through a time in your life when you're like, no one else can possibly understand what I'm going through. And for whatever biological reason, that's coded into us as we're heading out. I think it probably is a part of what makes us monogamous as humans generally, right? That's some people aren't, but generally, a again, a man and a woman typically, but throughout history, but men, women, whatever, um, find that person, and I think that's coded in as we're hitting our sexual maturity. You find somebody that you click with because you feel like nobody else shares your story, right? So we kind of narrow down and then have an aha moment, make a pair, a bond, and that's the person that you then raise children with, right? And you stick around long enough because as humans, we invest a ton of time in maturing our children before we send them off. As a society, we kind of throw 18 out there, but throughout history, at least 13, 14, 15 years before someone go. And we maintain strong family ties much beyond that throughout our lives, honestly, if by and large, even back in history, we had tribes, family groups, extended families that would live together. So yeah, um, your daughter may have been promised to or married off, as she reached sexual maturity, but she wouldn't then be, off with just a husband, buying a house and figuring it out. She'd go and live with uh, the the husband's family typically, or he would come live with them, depending on the culture. And you had those structures built up around, but that whole idea of finding a mate that you could stick with and commit to 20 years of child rearing. If you had multiple children, you'd be around. But it does have a negative consequence that if you don't connect it, and now we're much more exclusive. We're much more choosy from a selfish side, right? We stand there and go, no, you're not quite right. I think I'm going to keep looking. And in throughout human history, the full scope of that, you just didn't have enough lifetime to worry about that, right? And you also, this is, some people choose not to use it, but now we have viable birth control options. You can go sample the waters, play the field, so to speak, without actually having children. Back in the day, that just wasn't reliable and consistent. There were certainly people that figured out ways to get around it, but by and large, you started messing around, you eventually were going to have kids, and that would maybe answer the question for you. So, um, this is really going off the rails, but it is a reason or something to think about as you're going through um, life. That at different times in your life, you're going to be more prone to feeling like nobody shares what you're going through. And that doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean people can't empathize with what you're going through or give you that shoulder to lean on, offer you a hand, carry you through a little bit if it's an emotionally tough time. Um, there will be a sunrise, and don't go down that road of an Anthony Bourdain or so many other people that we've heard about that just decided it wasn't worth being there for the people that cared about them, or that they were selfish enough to go, my hurt now matters more than the lasting hurt I'm going to cause on the people that care about me. So I'm going to take care of my hurt permanently and I'm going to leave them to pay that price, right? We all as people have an emotional balance, right? And um, you may be suffering individually really, 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 really bad, and you may think that you can't go another day because it's so bad. That's going to be, let's say you have a mother, a father, couple siblings, brother and a sister, let's say, and maybe one grandparent still alive, and a couple aunts and uncles and all that, and they all have, watched you grow up, or been your younger brother and sister that look up to you, or your older ones that helped, taught you how to throw a football, taught you how to dance to that song, helped you learn how to play the guitar, whatever the case may be. Um, they're invested in your life, and if you turn away from that just because you hurt and don't want to deal with your own pain, they're all left to carry the bag. They're all going to be permanently left to wonder, was there something else that I could have done that would have changed that? And that's, if I have a moment with anybody, and they're ultimately, I can't stop anybody from taking an act like that, but I can remind people that you're not you aren't the only one hurting at any given time, that other people are going through stuff too, so you're not alone. And if you do that, yeah, whatever the afterlife is, um, you may not be in pain anymore, but you're going to inflict it on everybody that loves you. So, you know, when you're looking at it as an out for yourself, and you're going, oh, it won't hurt anybody. Yeah, actually, it will. I heard somewhere recently. Um, oh, I can't even do it justice. I don't want to say it. Um, I'll try to go find the. I don't even know where that quote came from. Um, the basically the crime of a suicide, because that's, in case you didn't get, that's what we're talking about here. The crime of suicide is that it rips a unquenchable crater of a wound in the heart of everyone that loves you. And that's what happens when you get cut off, when you're masking pain from anybody else. The ultimate thing that may not reach you when you need to hear it most is, if you do that, you will permanently scar every person that has ever loved you, as they're left to wonder, is it my fault? Was it something when I wasn't there and they needed me? So, hey, I'm out here. I'm just hanging out. I'm just a goofy guy that plays Minecraft, often very badly. Um, but randomly talking about Gordon Ramsay to Anthony Bourdain got me on the topic, and while I have this chance, we we just can't overlook it. I have no idea. Oh, we came through here. I was so lost. I wasn't just trying to randomly walk around. I knew we wanted to get back over towards that geode, and it's back here. Oh, that was painful. So anyway, yeah, if you ever need to talk to somebody, a chat can be that avenue, and that has nothing to do. I've never gotten the least indication that anybody here seems down. I've seen it in other chats. I know most of the big ones just carry like the suicide hotline, because a lot of people just do it for attention and drama, right? Like, oh, I don't know, I don't know if I can go on in life, that kind of stuff. In a chat with a bunch of strangers, they'll throw that out. And I'd be the same way, I'm sure. I wouldn't want to ever dismiss that, but I don't want to credit that kind of behavior either or reward it. So, well in advance, know that you come in here talking about how you're thinking about hurting yourself or others with a complete stranger and in a chat you've never been a part of. I'm not gonna do it, but I will try to refer you to the people, the professionals that can help, that have real experience, not me that is just kind of talking through contemplation and having had some life experience, um, seeing people that have been hurt by losing other loved ones. And I'm not hinting at any personal story. Again, Anthony Bourdain is who triggered this. I don't have a loved one that has taken their own life. Um, I don't. I know friends who have lost other friends through that. Um, there's been some that have been very suspicious, but I know from my friends who have lost others that even if they're not particularly close friends, those questions always linger. And it may have been somebody from way back. You may not have been in close contact. It's that hurt that passes from you to other people. Um, Goes on. How? Why? Why am I so? This goes right back out to the deal, right? Like we haven't gone through the. Oh, we turned here. This is the problem. We got to go this way. There's the geode. And this is what we were still safetying. What do we think? Should we kick our way in? No, we gotta do more of this as the creeper comes into the area. Can I use that hole to slow you down? Seems likely. Ha 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 ha. That could have gone wrong, but it didn't. Because we're good. Oh, 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 oh. Retreat! That's when you start getting cocky. And all of a sudden, it starts getting bad. Oh, he doesn't see me, though. Get back in there. Oh, get back in there. Oh, all right. Always uphill is trouble, right? You always want to be above the hill, and it's why these little holes are no dang good. What happened to the zombie that dropped, and now we have another creeper? I liked that hole, though. I don't know if we're going to be able to get him back to it. Yeah, oh, of course. Isn't that crazy? And yeah, it's um, it's one of those stories I don't think I've ever really talked about, and how much, as a total stranger, that one in particular hit me. For again, I don't know the guy. I'm not in social work or anything like that where I'm particularly touched by these types of stories. And I said I don't have a personal weighted impact in any of that. Um, but his hit me as a, and we hear it all the time, right? An artist, whether it's an overdose or anything like that, right? Those are certainly more common than just straight up suicides, but they we all say it, and Twitter cheapens it a little bit. The whole "gone too soon." What could have happened? They're easy things to say and kind of throw away, but that was one that really hit me with that. Man, it really felt like he was just getting started, and it was all so successful. But again, it's part of why I don't think the people that are looking for a perceived Twitch success, right? Like, I want to be a big streamer. Um, if I just get this kind of an amount, he was a guy that was hitting. It wasn't in streaming, it wasn't online, but he was hitting all of that stuff. He had a show that had been on. I don't even remember what channel started it, um, but I think his first show was No Reservations, and then he switched to CNN, and I think that was when it changed to something else, but that could have been when he switched to making it No Reservations. Don't remember. Um, but either way, it seemingly was blowing up for him. Widely popular, had a wife in Brazil who was a martial at the beginning of like MMO. No, not MMO. Yeah, MMA, mixed martial arts, right? She was very successful in that, and I think there was a lot of drugs, and as I've alluded to, and I don't know any of the relationshipy stuff, but not fair to get into that for the family and all the rest when you don't know anything, and they haven't spoken about it, but seemingly had everything, had support, had loved ones and a growing family, had plans for the future, and then he was gone, and you're all left to wonder what. So if you're coming into a streaming type deal, you're young and you're like, oh, I think that's what I want to do. Understand, no matter what the job is, whether you work at Subway and you're a sandwich artist, or whether you work at a bank, or whether you're a stock day trader, because that's huge in Twitch, right? Everybody's going to get rich on crypto or moon rockets, whatever they may be. Um, that's fine, and you should do that, but the old adage that money does not buy happiness, it also doesn't um, buy a mental well-being at a more basic level. You gotta find a way to like yourself, and then all that other stuff comes much more easily. But it all starts with being okay with who you are and what you want to get out of life. Um, and if you can answer those types of questions, then you know. And so that's what, going all the way back to our Invest FTW friend who threw a bunch of follows on the channel. I know I said I didn't want to dwell on it, um, but it does just remind me why I got into this, and the fact that, yeah, absolutely, I want to grow, I want to be successful. Even before I'd gotten to that point, Twitch always is telling you, hey, you're getting closer. You could be an affiliate. You could be, and I think that will happen fairly naturally for me. Partner and all that, who knows? That's a long, long way away. But none of it can happen if you aren't willing to try, and you will be very unlikely to stick or last as an affiliate or a partner if you don't already like who you are, what you've got going on with your life, and why you're doing this. You won't want to come back to the channel if the first person that says you sound funny, or why would you play it that way, this is a stupid game, I hate your channel, whatever. There's trolls out there. They're gonna be bullies. Um, if the first people that approach you with those kinds of attitudes crumple your skin, then you're not gonna last. So why are we going in here? I don't know. Because it is here. Because I've never really had one that's been up above my head from the start. I don't know. Otherwise, I also think that with the exception of going back behind the abandoned mine, we've pretty well milked this for all it's worth. And as we've been talking here, really before that, the cooked off iron that we got clearing this cave, that's going to take us into kind of next stages of the game, which we'll probably hit in the next stream. Um, yes, there's much more to be discovered down here and around here, and we want to do all of that. But we're gonna start getting more and more bang for our buck. Oh, hey, we can get this coal. Going back out in the boats, looking for other types of stuff, or at least flipping back to that other cavern and seeing what we can find there. It opened up. It had the big lava, the view down into the depths. So lots more to be found there. I think if we just keep going back this way, we will catch up with our access, right? Without having to plummet. No, or did we get turned all the way around? I'm so lost. Oh, okay, here. Yeah, so that was the opposite side. But hey, we still got some coal. I stand by. It was the right thing. This is what will cut us back over to the side where we'd climbed up initially. It's not real direct. All right, we don't want anything here going to waste. So, huge good success. I'm just going to get some light in here so we don't have things dropping. But I don't know how quickly we'll be back into this. I don't have an immediate plan to use amethyst yet. It's so natural and easy. Probably will. And, by the time we get back in here tomorrow, I'm going to be like, it's stupid not to be growing crystals. Let's clear it out and get it ready to go. But I'm not thinking so today. I think next up, because all farming, right, whether it's crystals or potatoes or carrots or anything else, um, feels like we've done a lot of that. Let's get a torch down here. I don't think anything can spawn on us there, but we've got them. I think we can go cavern to cavern back here. Let's do two things. Let's go get this iron, and let's see if that is the case. That we can just come down the stairs, loop underneath them as we've been doing to get here, and go back to the other side of the mine. Also, while we're up here, that's just dark stone going out, right? And then that's higher and that's lit. There's not a lip. Yeah, see how it's blocking that fence? All right. Perspective was kind of getting me there. So you said you stream and play on a laptop. If you don't mind me asking, how much was it, and what laptop do you have? Does Minecraft run well on it? Well, you've seen the struggles. It's not rock solid by any means, and it's much. I have no issues with it at all for YouTubing. Streaming is pressing the laptop's quality. It is an HP Envy 360, and it's a few years old. I got this one off the rack at Best Buy. I think. No plug. They're not a sponsor. They're not paying me to hype this, and I think they might cringe at me saying it. But I had a laptop that just failed on me. Hardware went out, and fortunately, a lot of the stuff that I save, I do back up. What I don't do are worlds, right? I don't pull off my world backup at any regular pace. It's more, stuff that I work on. The thing that I occasionally do when I'm pulling backups onto an external disk is I'll pull like the death scores, the world, the world notepads, and all that kind of stuff if I've got them. But basically, if this thing catastrophically fails, okay, guys, we got a problem, and we'll be starting over. Again, just not worth the time. But it was. So you said you stream. I wouldn't be streaming on it. Well, that's fine. But just so you're aware. No, I'm not gonna try to pull up specs on it. I think I went with 16. Let me look. We have somewhere you can see how much you allocated, and I don't think I put the full allocation. Yeah, see up at the top where I have in the very, very upper right, Java is the top line, Mem is the second line, and it's at 65% on mine at the moment. And then to the right of that, currently I'm looking at 38 of 6144 megabits, right? So that's, I have 6 gigs allocated for RAM in Java for Minecraft. Of a possible, is it 8 is the top, I think? I don't remember now. It's been so long since I set all this up, but I basically bought, it's got a fine CPU. The CPU is never going to be the problem with Minecraft. It's the Java. There you go. It tells you the specs right there. It's got an 8 times Intel Core i7-1065 G7 CPU, which is dated now. That's old. Relatively, it's not terrible, and the CPU does fine. It gets the job done. It's the memory, but to buy a laptop out of the box, you would really want to have 24 gigs of RAM on a system that would really be highly streaming Minecraft. And the reason is you can then kick Minecraft to fully spec'd RAM because Java can only use so much of it anyway, and then you have more of it available to run your processing and be available for the system that's either capturing your recording, doing your editing, processing the stream in my case. So that's where I've scaled back a little bit on Minecraft and am keeping as much as possible available for the system to run the stream and manage all that kind of stuff. And that's where I begin to hit my limits on Minecraft. And it was under $1,000 at the time that I bought it. It would be cheaper now if they were still available, but I'm sure they've replaced them with the next thing up. It wasn't the top laptop there, and laptops are a little bit of a deal. But remember, go back and take a step back and go, this is Minecraft. Minecraft can basically run anything. They do increase the load with all the various updates, but it's not like Windows, and it's certainly not like a AAA game that would run on a PC, like a Grand Theft Auto or something like that. Those are going to be way, 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 way more intense. They have heavy game engines. They have heavy graphics utilization. This is Minecraft. If it's vanilla and you're not modding it out, It will run on basically anything, and playing the game itself will be fine. Um, Beyond that, though, you're just looking at it. So I hope that helps to answer on it a little bit for you. It is that if I was going out looking today, that would also be what I was looking for. But again, my real hope is to get a PC that I still have. It's even older, but it was my photo processing and very well allocated and built out probably 4 years ago. It's probably 4 years old or so, but had stability issues. So it's got perfectly good specs to do good streaming, um, and give us everything we wanted to. But I've got to get the stability stuff figured out before we can really use it the way I want. And then I get when if all that works, I get two monitors or multiple monitors. I could do a lot more than that, but I would have two, one to stream, one to chat, and do all the management stuff. That's when we can start adding in chat commands and all that kind of stuff, and really take off the stream. So hopefully we continue to grow. Hopefully people express that interest and keep moving there. That's something I would like to look at, but still a little ways off. This is still getting us by for what we need to do. So I hope that helps answer that question for you. The most boring laptop you can imagine. It's not the bottom, and the big difference is it's not like a Chromebook, right? Some of those lightweight, and if you're a student, the Scholastic type laptops and things where they're just designed for browsing, and that they won't have the CPU that you even need, um, just with a Minecraft, but in order to either record for, I know, talking to Troy here, you're talking in terms of making short clips and things like that for TikTok. That's certainly a deal. Um, you won't have the processing just to capture whatever it is you're doing and then be able to clip it and edit it down, or it will be a struggle. That may be what you're working for now, and maybe a next step, something that you're looking for. Um, in my experience, ideally you have a lightweight laptop, and that's why I didn't spend a whole lot on this. I kind of just got what would get by for me, and at the time didn't even envision that I would be streaming at all on this. Um, and then you either build or spec out and have built a PC where you'll get better bang for your buck on the components, and can get a CPU. You're not going to have the same cooling issues that you would on a laptop. That portability and lightweight in a laptop is a technical challenge when it comes to trying to have applications like streaming. If you haven't noticed, I was doing this little bit of lighting while we were talking. This is not what we were looking for or at. Um, from the bridges, let me go up and show you what I'm talking about. So this was this little staircase that we came down. This is obviously still connected through the two caves to the geode area, but this is the one we want to get to next in terms of exploration and caves and all that. And this is where we initially came down into the mine anyway, so we can get to it from the stairs pretty easily. But we don't yet have a really good way to get down into it and explore. This is don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Don't get shot. The bigger factor here. And there. It's a little closer. We've got got caves and things out and around here. Don't want to clip an Enderman somewhere down there, but we've got this lake, and then look at how far down all of that goes. So that will get us access eventually to Deep Slate. As long as we don't get shot off an edge. Oh, dude, speaking of which, here comes a skelly. Let's get out of here. Go back this way. We are just about done anyway. This has been a great second day in this world. We've got so much more loot. We've had some great talking in the chat. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Where? What? What? Not there. Not here. We've got to get this. Still not up. Where was that first minecart? Here. I don't know. We'll work on it tomorrow, but this is the way to get out for the moment. Tomorrow or one of the days. There's that one too. We'll come back. There will be plenty more adventures in the abandoned mine as we get into that cave. Go deep so that we can look for diamonds. We'll need a bunch of those. Let's go up. We'll just wrap things up. I'll thank all of you VOD viewers and everybody, anybody lurking in the chat. We'll hit all of that right when we get done. We get done sleeping. Go back here. Little piggy overhead. Yeah, I don't know on the Minecraft bit. I don't know if will the Chrome do like Bedrock or anything. You've looked into it. I'm not gonna question you. I don't know. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh my gosh, you guys all right? Oh, that was too close. Zip. Nope. You. Why can't I hit any of these things now? Another half stack of iron. We are so set. Remember at the beginning we were like, oh, I don't know if we can use iron tools yet because we've got to have a stack in reserve. I think we got that covered. Full stack of lapis. Maybe we stash some of that because I think we had the smooth in with these. We'll have to throw the calcite as well. I don't think we're going to get overrun just yet. Top off the torches. Arrows, we're close. We don't have the feathers yet, so while we feed the cows one more time, tomorrow we should have a first harvest of cows ready, I think, if we feed them like twice more. And we need to do the same thing with chickens. We've got the 2 leads now. We can use the seeds. We'll set up a little enclosure for chickens and try to get to where we're we're grabbing feathers to make a bunch of arrows so that we are then a ranged warrior as well as a up close, in your face, poke you with the pointy end or bash you with the axe kind of fighter. But the food will be awesome, and then having some arrows will make us less likely to have to use that food all the time. Although we've been doing pretty darn well when it comes to all that. I'm not worried about over consuming. Oh, we can eat that last mushroom stew here before we wrap up too. So we'll do those two things. We'll try to figure out a little bit of that cave all around, and we will definitely do a bit more exploring, because I very much want to be prepared to set up for some of the other stuff. Enchanting and early storage tops among them. More so than really needing anything for the trading with the villagers. We want to get an initial home area where we can do a couple of those other things and not feel like we're just throwing away the stuff or getting overwhelmed trying to figure out what to do with stuff here as we continue to search the mine. So expect a little bit of time over in the Flower Forest where we try to figure out that starter location. Maybe another just random boat trip out into this water to look for treasures. Whatever form those may take, they would certainly be well received. Get one of these to eat. I'm not hungry. Did I just eat? I probably did. All right, Troy, let's wrap up yours. I've been looking at PC parts a lot. Can't get one, obviously, the price, but I do plan on getting one when I actually have a job. Screw bed or couch or TV. All money on the PC. I sleep in Epic Gaming. Hey, man, you got to make sacrifices and you got to prioritize what you're going to do. I can attest, I have personally never fully built my own PC. I have spec ordered them, and that kind of came from, I was, I'm older, and my first real PC of my own came late in college. Like, I didn't have that money, and I wanted to spend it on doing stuff during college for the most part. So my first PC came when I was going into my senior year of college, and the internet, as I knew it, was really first becoming a visible and an apparent thing. It was out there. I'm not that old. We all had, websites and things through school that were showing our grades, and we had email, all that kind of stuff in college. But you could still get by very easily going to the computer labs to check your email and type up your papers. You pre-take all your notes and everything up by hand, and even then, nobody had laptops that they were bringing to lectures to take notes or anything like that. It was all just on the horizon. And to emphasize that, within a year, with my history degree, after like one winter after I graduated and my summer job, I was working at a tech company and teaching myself how to be a system administrator and the operating system and all that kind of stuff, and then from there networks and everything else. So I moved very quickly into that world, and it literally blew up as I hit the professional world. I had my first cell phone within a couple years of that, and from there, I was using that computer, because then all of a sudden I had awesome work computers from then on, right? So my job computers were great, and my old college computer was fine. I played a few games on it. It's kind of what got me into this whole idea of you can get just as much value and enjoyment from a game like Minecraft or some of the old titles that I've talked about as former past games, I didn't need to have the biggest, best, flashiest PC gaming computer. Um, I was I was learning how to maintain and get the most out of what I had through my work, even though I was in what became the Linux world. Um, and home, I've always been a PC guy, so I never had the direct expertise, but I certainly, I know enough to kind of know what's healthy, what's not on the computer, where the problems may lie, what the maintenance is, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not completely blind, but I've never built a PC of my own. As the time has gone by, I've gone, okay, and I have built them at work. I have built servers and stuff, but I've never built my own PC. I've never ordered parts and put it together. I just kind of went, okay, here's what I need at work. Here's all the stuff, and you put it together. You fire it up, load the OS and all that. I get it. Just have never, because of that, I've never bothered to do it. I was in a position where, okay, it's time to get a new PC at home. I'll order it and spec it the way I want, but I'll go through one of the providers to build it for me and ship it to me. It seems to work very well. Um, I've had great support through those various things, but for laptops, in that same time, I've probably had 3 personal laptops, and I kind of treat them as consumables. They're like a keyboard or a headset or anything else. You don't save priority data on them. You use them as a tool. You buy not the most expensive because it's not your primary gaming type thing, right? And you have it to sit on the couch, look things up on the web if you need to. You have it for voice video chatting and stuff in the middle of an unforeseen pandemic. It works fine for all that. You have it for playing basic type games, and it's worked well since my PCs have been unstable, and I haven't, because they work well enough to keep me occupied, I haven't put the priority into to re at first working on the laptop, and now I think it's a peripheral that I just need to replace and get two that more closely line up so that the PC can manage those and not go into a panic state. So I deal with all this kind of stuff too. If you have questions like that, awesome, Troy. Always appreciate you. If you have questions or anything like that, I'm happy to. People know more than I do that have gone through it. I don't know good sites for parts or any of that. Um, I know my nephew did it when a few years back, kind of when he was probably either just going into college or high school or before it. He went out and did the same thing. When I first get my job, I'm going to save a whole bunch to buy the parts that I need. And, every Christmas, all that. What do you want for Christmas? What I'd really like is some cash to put towards the parts that I need to build my PC. And it took him a couple years, but he built a really nice PC. And when he finally got done, he was like, at this point, I just need like a monitor. Will you get me one? I was like, finally, he just said, get me something. And I was able to surprise him and get him two nice size monitors. So instead of just one, I was able to give him, it was kind of like a combined Christmas and birthday. I was like, here you go. Two monitors are better than one. And for the machine you're building, you're going to want to have dual monitors. And he was delighted. It was awesome. One of my favorite gifts I've ever been able to give him. But he built all the stuff, knows everything that's in it, and the times I've been out to visit him, it looks like it's just an awesome system. So I recommend it if you've got the time and the confidence to do it. It will teach you stuff. You'll never look at computers the same way again because you'll really understand what all those pieces are doing and how they all work together. So give it a shot. But like you said, have a Chromebook, have something that can get you by in the meantime, and maybe that's worthwhile. Before you get to the point of I'm gonna build something with a $800 CPU, maybe it's better to get a laptop that's just over $1,000 or something. that can then let you work that same job or get a better job as you're doing more videos and playing games and all that kind of stuff that you can get by on. But you think about it and don't rush into the first thing. As you get jobs, as you get gifts, as you have a little bit of cash, save it away. Don't rush out to get the first thing, and don't. Anybody listening, watching a VOD, if you're in a chat, I know that the ads that pop up, I don't even know what the current ones are, but the latest and greatest light up fancy keyboard, the mouse, the gamer mouse. Like you said, you sleep in the epic gaming chair. Everybody's trying to capitalize on the I want to have the good stuff, and it's easy to show off. I've got a keyboard. Sitting here, I have a wireless USB Logitech something travel keyboard and mouse that I got. I'm pretty sure this is the one, although I've gotten a few. One was off the rack at a Walmart. I think one was two were off the racks at Walmart's. One was one was near here. One was on a trip when I think I forgot the dongle, and I was like, well, I gotta have something here, and I just ran in and got $40 for the combined keyboard, mouse, and thing to replace the one that I didn't have. I still have both, and kind of can leave one in my laptop bag ready to travel. Use this one that has a number pad and everything is a little more comfortable. There's the only conceivable difference is if you get a mouse with lots of buttons and you want to have 4 different buttons for your thumb, and you're into that. 3-button mouse is all I find I need. And really, unless you're in like an MMO where all of these are loaded spells or whatever, and you want to work your rotation. But even then, the number keys have always worked better from my rotation as I'm waiting for cooldowns and all that kind of stuff. You're using WASD and stuff on a keyboard anyway, so rolling through those is easy. There you go. Fun topics. The suicide stuff, not fun, but it's important. It's important for people that aren't just screaming and yelling or throwing it away as hype to reach out and talk. And if my VODs have that, if it makes you uncomfortable to listen to it, fine, fast forward through. That's cool. I don't talk about it all the time, but I think it's so, excuse my language, it is so fucked up that we live in America or Western Europe. I got a lot of people that watch the VODs and stuff across Western Europe, very few in India. We live in the most accessible, most connected, most opportunities to select your course in life history of the world, right? You don't have to become a cow farmer because your dad was a cow farmer and he built a cow barn, and if the land is in your family's name, so why would you go do anything else? No, you can go out and be a computer tech or be a graphic artist or whatever. We can all do this, and yet it is a human tragedy that people allow themselves to become so cut off and isolated as a result of that they get lost in a well of despair and end up taking their own lives. Don't be that person. We're all out here. We're disconnected a lot of the time because we're connecting through a medium like a Twitch chat or a VOD comment board or something like that. I can't be that person for everybody through a chat. That's some words in the chat. I'm gonna hang up. I'm gonna go about the rest of my life. But there are people in your world that want to be there for you and don't want to see you hurt. All they need to know is that you need to have talks. So if I can say that, hey, if you can appreciate that, why don't you let me know? Leave me a comment or hit a like on the video. I would appreciate that if you're over on the YouTube side. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe because I think it makes it really easy to know when my videos are going live. It is a little more chaotic. I typically record sometime early in the day, most days, and then I load it up when it's ready to go on Twitch. So as of on. If you're over on Twitch and you're just driving by and happen to see this video, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, why don't you hit that follow? Know when I'm going live next time, so you can drop in and say hi in the chat. We've got Troy. Some of the others have been a little scarce of late, but I have friends that occasionally will hit us with a raid or drop by and say hi, see what we've been getting up to in the midst of their summers and vacations. So if you just want to lurk, if you just want to hang out, that's cool. But those follows are greatly appreciated. Saying hi in the chat, even more so. Not because I expect it or feel like I deserve it out of this content, but just because, hey, if you enjoy Minecraft, I'd love to get to know a little bit about you or hear what you think about the way I play the game. That's going to do it, though. We've been going strong today. Thanks so much, everybody that has liked, commented, watched, followed, or hung out here in the chat. Troy, you are awesome. Fun chatting with you today. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your weekend. Everybody, stay awesome out there. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Closing out the game, but I didn't get ready to end the stream. So now, take it easy. We'll see you later. Bye.